Sir Reggie, magkano rate sa RAI sa region? RAI ng region. 50? Ha? 50 na?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, good morning, everyone. So, welcome to day four Azure discussion. So, I request everyone to confirm audio through the chat option. If it is loud and clear, I request you to just confirm through the chat option. Yes, it's been we're getting some positive response. Yeah. So, thank you, everyone, and once again, welcome to day four session. In day four, we are discussing two topics. One is Azure Core Service, and the second one it's been Azure Virtual Machines. So last 3 days, we had a discussion and debate on understanding the concept of a cloud computing. We understood the definition for a cloud computing from NASD, and we understood like if any infrastructure, if you want to call this as a cloud infrastructure, this has to meet a couple of characters and three service or for deployment models have been available. Then we had a discussion on creating a free account, how to create a free account. Then we are done a portal management also. Now, before moving to the VM management or a resource management, we'll try to understand what are the core services are available on Microsoft Azure. So this first portion, we'll be discussing about a term called Azure Core Service. So yesterday we understood there are 100 plus services are available on Microsoft Azure. And we have seen like what are the different management options are available. Yesterday we had a discussion like Azure PowerShell is the one option can be used for like it's someone from an automation background. In that kind of a situation, you can go for Azure PowerShell. Then we have a regular or a commonly used management tool that's called Azure Portal. So using a website or using a web link, you need to connect, and you need a mandatory of username and password is required, and you'll be able to connect it. And we have a options of Azure CLI and Shell also. And Shell can be in two ways you can be operated. One is in a PowerShell mode or it can be in a Bash mode also. Then we understood the concept of what is Azure account and subscription. And we have seen a resource panel dashboard. And we have seen like what is the importance of a cost management and a billing and creating or a configuring a budgeting. And we are going through the Azure portal layout and gone through the couple of settings available in the Azure portal also. So day four, we are discussing more about creating or creating a resource on a Azure portal. So what are the normal modes or what are the options currently you have available in front of you for creating a resources on the Azure side. Now, when we had a discussion on Azure, there are a couple of points came to a picture. Like it's been like, or there are a couple of key terms we have discussed. One is like a resource and second one it's been a resource group, and we have used about a term called a subscription also. So people always have a confusion or it's been a question, what is the resource and what is the resource group? Now yesterday when we had a discussion on a Azure side, we understood it like Microsoft is supporting almost 100 plus services is been available, and these all services Microsoft is been category, it's been updated in a categories format. So if you want any services to be taken, like you can just go to the category, and Microsoft is giving you free documentation and you will be able to go through the old documents and you will be able to deliver also. And all these products also it's been classified in a categories format in a old resources. So if you are inside a Microsoft portal, Inside Microsoft portal also, it's been like it's based on your job role, or it's been based on your um, the way you are handling this one. You will have options available in Microsoft Azure portal also. Now, that's the way the Microsoft product is being configured in the Microsoft portal. Now, right now we understood there are n number of items it's been able to configure on the Microsoft portal. So it can be virtual machines, or it can be network, or this can be VNet, or it can be a firewall, or whatever items which we are creating on a Microsoft Azure. This is generally known as a resource. This is the key term generally we are using on Microsoft. So this can be this. Give me a second. Sorry, team. Like my nephew is here too. So he was making. He said naughty with naughty, and it's making a noise. Sorry for that. And so we were discussing about the resources, or it's been the components or the item which we are creating on a Microsoft portal. So if you're considering a on-premises solutions, like if you're taking a on-premises solutions, you generally had computers, you have in network interface card, or you may be using a firewall, or you may be using a switch or a hub, or it can be a cabling, or in you may be using a number of items in a normal data center. If you just think about your existing on premises or in a data room or a data center scenario. Now just compare this with your Azure one. You're moving all this infrastructure to Azure side. So if you want to use this kind of items, or if this kind of infrastructure in cloud, whether it's been on premises, whether this is been on a cloud, just think like you're correct in a cloud. In cloud also, you need a virtual machines. In your on premises, you may be using a physical, or it's been a virtual machines on a VMware. But similar kind of a technology or a similar kind of a concept we are using a cloud side also. So in a cloud side also, you'll have a virtual machines. Now for connecting this, for using this virtual machine, it's mandatory that you need a disk also, right? Without disk, it's you'll not be able to use, because you need to install operating system. You need additional drive for saving your applications, or a database, or a data drives. And for connecting this VM, IP address is mandatory. Now for connecting this one to kind of a traffic management, you need a firewall. And for making the any kind of internal traffic, you need an internal firewall. So like this way, you have n number of items or a components. Generally, you are using a cloud. So any manageable item, I'm just using any manageable item which you are creating on a Microsoft Azure, generally known as resource. It can be anything. It can be a virtual machine, it can be a database, or it can be a firewall, or a VNet, or it can be IP address, or it can be private IP address, or it can be a public IP address, or it can be Azure Express route. So any manageable item which you are able to manage with the help of a PowerShell, or with the help of a portal, or with the help of a shell or a CLI, generally known as a resource. If someone is asking like, hey, I need to create a resource, then you need to understand this customer, or the client, or the person, or the requester is looking for creating some item on the Microsoft portal. Now, if you're seeing here in a Microsoft portal, let me connect to Microsoft portal. Right now it's asking the username and password. Let me give that. Right now my account has been it's been got locked, so I'm just using my friend's ID. Just give me a second. Let me give these details. Because the account which I use, it's like, just let me type the OTP and details. So right now we are connected to Microsoft portal. So we understood like a portal.azure.com is the commonly used management tool for managing Microsoft Azure. So right now in the left side on the resource panel, yesterday we understood the concept of a resource panel. Now the left side, or if you're clicking all resource, if you're clicking all resource, you will be able to see, or it's been like all services, if you say, you will be able to see n number of items which is available on the Microsoft side. If I'm selecting a compute, you'll be able to see like a virtual machines or a disk or a Kubernetes or a container or a host group or a Spring Cloud or a SAP or availability set or a batch account. If I'm clicking on networking, you can see load balancer or a network interface or a public IP address or a NetApp files, or it's been application files. You are seeing n number of items here and containers also. So all these items, because if you're taking any component or any item here, all these items are manageable. Like if you just click DNS on, I'll be able to do any kind of a configuration. I can able to create, I can able to delete, or I'll be able to modify the existing one. So any manageable item which is available on the Azure side. Manageable item means that it can be setting IP address, or it can be a configuration, or it can be any kind of administrative task, or which can be used for providing a services to client, generally known as a resource. So you need to understand, resource means that it can be anything, can be a computer device. Under compute itself, you can able to see there is a n number or 30 plus service it's been available, items is been available. Under networking also, you can see there is n number of items is been available. So all these components generally known as Azure resource. So this is generally the technical term or the keyword we are using in a Microsoft is called resource. This is called resource. So resource can be anything, any manageable item which is available on Microsoft Azure. It's called resource. Now, resource group is the next term. Is the another technical term generally we are using. So resource group, you can um, think like in your kitchen or in your office. I'm just giving a items, or it's like it's been just think like you're working in an office. Now all of us, it's been joined in a firm, like Robin is joined, Kiran is joined, Shambhu is joined, and we have Mark. Now I have almost 100 or 1000 plus employees is been joined in my firm. Now I'm a HR. Now all these employees is being joined in your company. Now each employee is working in a different is doing a different job role. Now if this is a scenario, I don't have any departments, or it's been I don't have any separate tower, or I don't have any separate department in my organization. As an HR, it will be very difficult for me to manage this team, because if I'm not aligning these resources or employees into different department, as an HR head or as a HR person, it will be very difficult for me. Now just think from you're in a kitchen. In your kitchen, like it's a month starting. So you purchase rice, wheat powder, or it's been another groceries. or it's like your fruits, everything you purchase. Just think like you are keeping all this in a one box, only in one box in a kitchen. There is a one big basket you took, and you're keeping spin rice, everything in a one box, everything you're dumping in one box. It's be very difficult for you to manage in your kitchen, right? Now, in a normally, what generally we are doing, you will be using a dedicated boxes for each item, right? One box for your rice, one box for your wheat powder, and one box for your vegetables, and one box for oil, and one box for juice. So like this, we are making a different boxes. What is the advantage you are getting? It's been the advantage like it's called better administration. I hope it's been clear. Any question from anyone? If you're good, I request you to just paste it on the chat. I hope we all are on the same page. If you're good and you're understanding the concept, then it's can be you can just paste it on the chat. It's a pin drop silence means it's been, yeah, that means saying good. Okay. Okay, I hope the rest of the members also on the same page. Now, in a kitchen or in your office, what is the purpose of organizing like this? It's based on it's been like for the better administration. So this what is the advantage you are getting? Like in your office, instead of this rice bucket, rice box or rice bucket in your office, if you have a different department like HR or a finance or you have a market, as an HR, it is be easy for me to apply policies saying that we are getting a additional shift allowance or I'm getting additional allowance this month. So like I have HR. So if you're using this one, like it's been have a multiple department, what is the advantage I'm getting? I'm getting an option for applying a policies, right? I'm getting an option like I can able to uh, I'll be able to configure any kind of a policy saying that HR can able to do X and Y activities. Like any group policy, you maybe remember like when you have working on a Windows servers, we used to create a OUs, right? So we'll be using a concept called OUs. So you'll have a concept called OUs, right? Similar way, here also you'll have option for creating a multiple. Here also you have an option for creating multiple group. That's called resource group. Right now, if you are taking Azure, you have an option for creating n number of resources. So resources can be a virtual machine, or it can be a subscription, or it can be management group, or it can be tagging, or it can be a virtual network, or it can be a storage also. Now, just think like you have a look like it's been my I don't know, my pen is actually it's been automatically drawing. Look like it's been something went wrong with my pen. Just give me a second. Give me a second. It's like my laptop is actually, it's been something went wrong. It's been automatically drawing. Okay, fine. So we were discussing about the need of creating a different department or a need of creating a different boxes in your kitchen and in your office. Now, if you're creating a different department in your office, you are getting a flexibility to apply different policies also, right? If I have an option like it's been I have a HR department. Now I have another department is called market. So it is easy for me to apply different kind of policies also. Now think from a Azure point of view, we understood like in your Azure, you are able to create VM, you are able to create virtual network, you are able to create a storage. And this is you're creating for your all under any subscription or any. Now just think from a point like you have created a resource. I request everyone to mute your mic. I'm just getting some echo. Just think it's scenario. It's like you have created some VMs or a resource. Right now in the system, you are able to see. Don't look to the right side of this one. Just look only the under name. You are able to see your like whenever you're creating a resource or whenever you're creating any VM, there is a n number of items is are automatically it's been created. Right now you can see we tried for creating a VM, but along with the VM, there is a n number of resources been created automatically. You have a BM1, BM2, there is some default group or a network watcher. There's some couple of additional resources it's been created automatically. This is only for one VM, okay? When you created a one VM, all these independent, this dependent and independent resources been created automatically. Now you think from a point of view, like you're trying to install 1,000 resources on your Microsoft Azure. Now, if you're seeing this, or if you're seeing this name right now, if you're looking to this old resource, you're able to see n number of names is being listed there. Right now, it's been very difficult for you to identify who is using this one. Right now, we are having no what is we don't know the right side like a resource group or a location or a subscription. Don't look to the right side of this table. Just check only the left side only now. Now, for a better management, right now the resources been n number of resources been going to create inside Azure. Now, for a better management, we are using a concept called resource group. It's called resource group. You right now you can able to see there's something called default resource group. Something it's been created automatically. So resource group is nothing. This is something like a container. This is something like a container. Now, if I need to create any resource, for example, like I need to create a one VM for HR department. So I'll be creating a container first. I'll be creating a container. This is something like in your kitchen, you are creating a box or it's been or a one box creating. So you will be creating a container called HR. So resource group is nothing. It's just like a container. For example, like if I need to create a VM for HR department, at the time of a creation, I'll tell go and create all these resources related to VM1 under which container? HR container. So all resource will be created inside this one. It will be created inside. this one. So your IP address or VM or a storage, any component related to that VM will be saved under this container. Now, if I have another container called training. Now, if I'm creating a VM2, I'm specifying all these resources should be part of this container. So all resources will be listed under this container. Let's see that how this is been creating. See you. I hope you can see my screen now. Let's create a resource now, resource group now, and you will see the difference. What is this container? Now, I hope you can see my screen. Right now, we are inside a group. It's called resource group. Just let's create a called resource group. So resource group is something like a container kind of thing. Right now, there you can see there is a couple of resource group is already been created. Now, leave all these things. Let's create a new one. For example, like I'm just creating a new resource group. I'm creating a new. Whenever you're creating any resource group, this has to be mapped under your account and this has to be mapped under your subscription also. That means whenever you're creating a resource group or any resource, if you're creating any resource, first thing you need an account. First thing you need an account. It's a mandatory one that everyone know. Now under account, you need a something called subscription. It's mandatory that it's account. With the account you will not be able to do anything, so you can have you for a billing purpose. What is the advantage of what is the use of subscription for a billing purpose? So you can have multiple subscription also. For example, like I'm creating, I have two subscription. One is for HR department and one for finance department. Now, so all your billing or whatever resources you are creating, so the billing it's been done with the help of a something called with the help of subscription. So it's be done with the help of all the billing will be done with the help of a subscription. For example, like if you want to do infrastructure billing for your HR department, so you can go to the HR subscription and we can see what is the cost is involved, and we can take that internal billing from HR. Now we are discussing a concept called resource group. So for creating a resource group, you need a subscription also. It's mandatory that you need a subscription because whatever resource group, whatever container you are creating, for example, like if I am creating a VM or a VNet or a storage, all these things needs to be mapped under a bucket or in a container. Okay. It's not that you cannot go and create under directly into the subscription. That's not possible. So you need to create a bucket or something called a container kind of thing that is called a resource group. So if you want to create a resource group, you want to tell this bucket or it's been a container is part of which subscription, because this container, what is the use of a container? This container is actually holding resources. So resources means that these all are cost is involved because we are renting a resource from Azure, right? Because the what is the difference or what is the advantage we are getting on a cloud? Because in on-premises or a colocation one, we were purchasing the items, right? Now when it is coming to a cloud, you are taking all these resource or all these items from a Microsoft Azure for a pay as you go model. Now, if you're using VM or a storage or a VNet, there is a cost is involved. Now, who will be doing the cost and how to calculate this? It's been calculated with the help of a subscription. So whenever you are creating any resource group, what is the use of a resource group? Resource group is something like a container. What is the advantage of this? This is holding all the resources which you are creating on Azure. This is something like any employees which is been joining your office. This needs to be mapped under something called department, right? Similar way that your resource group is something like a department in your office or something like a box in your kitchen. So all the building needs to be done with the help of that. Clear? One is the what is the advantage you're getting for the cost management. Second one is for a better administration purpose. Let's now right now we understood resource group is something like a container kind of thing. We'll see how this is being created in a practical way. Now, whenever you're going for any kind of a resource group resource group creation, it's mandatory that you need to mention this resource group is part of which subscription. So if I'm going to create a resource group, I need to mention like this is part of a training. I can give a resource group is like this is like this group is or this container is something like AZ10 batch. This all resources which you are going to create today is being going to create inside AZ10 batch. Now you need to mention which data center this resource group needs to be created or resided. Now, so if you're creating any resource group, or if you're selecting a resource, the same resource group it's going to create. For example, like I need a one VM in a US data center. So your resource group, data center, and your resource also should be on the same page. For example, like I'm selecting, it's been South North Europe. Right now, you can see how I'm creating a container inside North Europe. Let's try to understand this. Let's try to create AZ104 batch is the one container right now I have been created. Now, right now the resource group creation, it's been in the deployment stage. Right now you can see there is a group it's been created. Right now you can see it's been created inside the North Europe data center. And I'm saying like this container, all billing needs to be done under training. So if any resource, if I'm creating inside this one, it will be coming under building of training one, and this is be under North Europe. Let's create one more resource group. Let's take this resource group. It's like it's been like a finance department, and instead of East US, let's take it's been a Japan East. Okay, now you can see where is this resource group it's been created. Right now, if you're seeing this the dashboard, you may be seeing like this finance department is been created. And billing where I'm doing, I'm not doing the billing under training. I'm using a different billing purpose. It's called HR. Where this is created, it's in Japan East. Right now, you can see we have a two resource or a two container has been created. One it's been created in Japan, and then this is created in North Europe. Now let's try to create a resource. For example, like let's try to create a VM. Now, whenever you are creating any resource, whether it's been a VM or whether it's been a VNet or it's been a storage, it's mandatory that there are two information you need to give mandatory. One, it's like which subscription you are creating, which billing where you're doing. Second one, like in which resource or a container you're mapping. Right now you can see I've created like the first subscription is a training. Under training, you can see there is option called AZ104 container. Now, if I'm saying like I'm not selecting this one, you will not have any option to move forward, or you will be an option for creating a new also. For example, like you want to create a new one. For example, like another container, if you want to create, you have option for creating that also. Just giving like a movies is another container. I have option for creating new, or I have option for selecting also. Right now, where is my other resource group is created here? For example, like we have created a group called finance department, right? Why this finance department is not showing you? Any idea? I request everyone to post your view or answer on that. Right now, the finance department is not listed here. What is the reason behind that? Where is my finance department? I request everyone to just post your answer on the chat window. So we just to ensure that we all are on the same page, the concept you are getting. Right now, the finance department option is missing here. What is the reason behind that? I request everyone to just post your view. Even though if your answer is wrong, no problem. Yeah, we are saying like admin is saying like, hey, this is been created under different subscription. This is what admin is saying. Now let's see the opinion or the view or the input from rest of the members also. Now Edwin is saying like this container was created under different subscription. That is the answer of Edwin. Answer from Edwin. Now let's take answer from rest of the members. I request everyone to not in this subscription. Okay, good. Let's wait answer from the rest of the members. So we got only two answers. Both the answers are right because the finance department or the finance container or the finance resource group was created under another subscription, right? If we're selecting HR, you can see that option has been coming because all resource group or needs to be mapped under the subscription because for a billing. Now you need to remember whenever you are going for creating any resource, whether it's in a virtual machine or if you're trying for creating a virtual network, it's mandatory that you need to mandatory that you need to provide a resource group. See here, you're going to create a virtual network. It's mandatory that you need to select the resource group. So right now let's create a resource group and we'll see what is the difference it's been happening. Right now you can see, let's create one. It's an AZ104, for example, like it's a test mission. I'm creating it. We're creating first virtual machine here. So it's been open to what else operating system, just leave, just select it. Now it's been validating. Look like there is some information it's been got filled. So let's try to understand where we went wrong. Yeah, I think password was not matching. I'm creating the first VM. We can use a root also, Edwin. So right now, just trying to create a first VM, trying to deploy the first VM. So right now the VM deployment in progress. Can we use other disks rather other than D2? Yes, you have option for creating or it's been the option for selecting configuration also, but your subscription has to support that. I'm just trying to create another resource here. For example, like creating another test machine. It's called server one. This I'm creating under another group. For example, like it's been under training, and I'm just creating under HR. I'm creating under finance department. Okay. Now, Rhythm is asking like, is there any possibility to change this configuration? Yes, you will have option called see all size here. You can click it here, and whatever size you want, you can select it here. If you want this, for example, like you want B series, select it from here. You get up, but your subscription has to support that. Right now, I'm not going for that part. It's been right. Let's go for a normally used this one because there is a cost involved. So since we are doing a training, I don't need to go for a high-end configuration. That's the reason I was using a D2 one. So Tatum, if you have a subscription or if the account has been having a supporting the high-end configuration, from this option, you will be able to select it here. So rest of the folks, don't worry about this, what is size and what is D1, D2, and D3. Possible in the next sessions, we'll be discussing or we are having a debate on the discussion on this virtual machine creation and what is availability option and what is D1, D2, and rest of the informations. Right now, we are trying to understand the concept of a resource group. I'm just creating another resource here. Let's create and we'll try to understand how these two VMs is been aligned inside a resource group. So you'll be able to understand the difference. Right now the validation is over. Let's create. Right now the deployment in progress. Now once the deployment is over, we'll see how this is being aligned or how this is being saving inside your Azure. We'll see the difference of resource group. Right now the deployment in progress, so we need to wait.
त भइसक्यो आउनु थालिसक्यो
Right now the deployment is over. Now let's go to all resource tab here. Now in your all resource tab, let's see how this resource is being aligned. Right now you can the server one. Right now you can see server one, when you created a server one, there is a couple of dependent items also it's been created along with that. You can see server one was the virtual machine you created. Now along with that, there is a couple of other resources also it's been created. You can see public IP address, there's one network security group, and there is one network interface card for the communication, and there's one disk for holding your operating system. There's some couple of additional resources being created. Now How this is being aligned on these items, your server or a disk, whatever components is been related to server one, it's been saved inside subscription. It's been created under the subscription HR inside a container called finance department. See here, it's been finance department. All this information has been related to this has been saved in one. Now the test machine was the another virtual machine I have created. Now you can see it's been everything, it's been created another resource group. See AZ104 and 104 or 04. Right now, instead of saving everything in one pool, I'm using a different container. See here. Now if I'm deleting resource group, see here, I have resource group finance. If I'm clicking AZ104, I'll be able to see all resources which is coming under this container. Now, if I need to delete virtual machine, test machine in a normal scenario, if I need to delete this virtual machine, I need to go and delete one by one. See here, I need to delete this virtual machines and for example, like if I need to create this server one, I need to delete this, I need to delete this, I need to delete this, I need to individually, I need to select one by one. But if I'm using a resource group, it is easy for me to delete or I need to apply any policy. Right now, if I'm deleting this finance department, all resources which is part of this will be deleted automatically. You can see here, if I'm creating this delete resource group, you can see here all resource group is been given here. See, is saying that if you are deleting or you want to delete this resource group. So whenever you are going for deleting any resource group or a resource, Microsoft will ask you for a confirmation because we need to avoid this accidental deletion. So Microsoft will ask you like, hey Robin, do you want to delete this? If I need to delete this, it's not doing it automatically. I need to type this resource group name here. Otherwise, it will tell sorry, I will not be able to delete because I need to manually, I need to type it here. Otherwise, you'll not allow you to create. Right now, you can see if I'm giving, even though if I'm giving a wrong name, you'll be getting a message say, I'm not getting an option for delete also. You can see it's in the option is in a grayed out mode. So that's the beauty of Microsoft. It's like if you want to delete anything, it's been blocking accidental deletion. Yes, resource group are it's been a free. It's been a free of course. It's you'll be able to create resource group. So resource group is been by default. It's been it's free for the user. So it's been available for everyone. So generally you will be able to create a 10,000 management group and you will be able to create uh, nine my understanding is like around a 980 resource group you will be able to create per subscription. That is normally the limit you have. So you'll be able to create around 980 per subscription. It's the free group you'll be able to create. So 980 is the resource group limitation currently we have, and you have a 10,000 for a management group also. It's been a free of, it's a free resource. So you can able to create resource group also on the Microsoft side. Now, right now, if I'm creating, yes, you can see here, it's be deleting all the resources here. So you can see here, if you're going to all resources, right now you can see right now I'm tried for deleting your one group. Right now you can see it's been deleting. Right now you can see this finance and AZ104 and two resource group. You can see right now I'm deleting. You can see automatically all the items or resources has been mapped under that resource group is deleting automatically. You can see here. So right now the deletion is in progress. Let's see. There is no option of accidental deletion here because you need to um, whenever you're creating any group, you will be getting option for um, your manually you need to give these details, right? So in case if you are deleting this one with the help of a Microsoft, you'll be able to restore also. So there is a set of PowerShell commands generally we are using, like if there is any uh, group it's been by default it's been created. So by default through a portal you don't have any option. You need to raise a ticket to Microsoft. That's the option it's been available. So by default there is no option. So you need to raise a ticket to Microsoft Azure portal, and only the Microsoft can help you on that. So by default in your portal, you don't have any option, because when you worked on Active Directory, you may be having some option like a Thompson intervals, and there is an option for garbaging, and there is an option for deleting this one. What is the best to practice for naming a resource? John, we are coming to that point. It's like the standard, like in a prod, or it's in a staging or a exchanging. Based on that, you'll be able to see some mention. So concurrently we are deleting. If you set other availability set, right now we haven't discussed anything about availability set. Availability set and availability zone, it's been coming under VM, and it's been under availability grid. So possible in the today afternoon, or it's been on the tomorrow first session. We will be discussing that talk. Okay, so I'll be confusing the rest of the folks. So we'll be discussing in the morning. So how to delete a VM in availability set and availability zone, we'll see in the later sessions. Best practices for giving the name, yeah, we'll be discussing that. And when we are discussing about VM name and standard conversion names can be used, I already prepared a presentation and details for that. That information may be helpful for you. Right now we have deleted resources. Let's refresh. Right now you can see all resources which you've been created under this one. It's been start deleting. Here you can see there is some dependent resources been already it's been cleared from here. So just selecting this, just refresh. Right now you can see it's been start deleting. This one's taking time. Right now just it's been deleted. So let's see. Yeah, right now you can see all the resources which we have created under finance department. It's been got deleted. See here. So you are not seeing any option for you're not seeing any option. It's been under the finance. You see, you're not seeing the resources. So it's easy for you to set some kind of a policy or a permissions or a management purpose. You will be able to use this one. So basically resource and resource group, it's been using for a management purpose. So right now you can see this is the topic we were discussing. So resource, we understood what is resource, and another one we understood what is a resource group. Also resource means that any manageable item on the Microsoft, that's called a resource, and resource it's been mapped under resource group. So if you're seeing resource, it's been it's been aligned under resource group. So can we see it's been under resource group, it's been given. So this is a way resource group it's been aligned. Now resource group, this is the way generally you can see. It's like you have um, resources and resource group, and you have a resource group here, and this is manage and subscription. And then under management group, it's been aligned. Now next topic is called Azure regions. So when we are creating a any resource on the Microsoft, there is a couple of information it's mandatory that you need to provide. One it's been a subscription, and second one it's been the resource group, and third thing it's been Azure regions. So Azure region is that uh, when you're considering cloud scenario, in a normal on-premises situation, your infrastructure or your data center it's been hosted in your on premises. That was the scenario we had in the past, right? You have an on premises data center. Now inside your process is been saved. Now when you're moving to this Azure side or if a hybrid cloud, the concept of a data room or a data center it's been same only. The only difference is like the way you're connecting to this infrastructure that's got changed. Now in an on premises case, the the facility or the asset or the capex, everything was owned by you. Now when it is moved to a cloud side, you are getting some kind of a characters and some kind of a deployment models or a service model. That I'm all agreeing. So technically the difference as a end user it's been like this end user it's been like the way the user is been connecting that's got changed. Now when you're using Azure side, Azure is actually in the backend it's been saving. So for example, like when the user is giving a request for, I'm a user in using Azure portal, I'm giving a request like create a VM of Windows Server 2019 with a configuration of 10 GB RAM and a configuration of uh, 2 hard disk. So if this request is getting through a API, your Microsoft Orchestrator or FC, Microsoft Orchestrator or FC is actually sending a request to Microsoft. What a Microsoft Fabric controller is doing, it's based on which region the user is giving request. For example, like if you're seeing this Microsoft portal, whenever you're creating any resource, you are getting a option or you're getting a flexibility of selecting your region. See here, there is an option is mentioned like region. It's asking you, it's Microsoft is giving an option for a user. Tell me where you want to create this resource. In which data center? Microsoft is saying, I am having this many data center available across the globe. Right now, it's not listed only few data center because this is my trainer subscription. So trainer using a trainer subscription, I will not be able to create resources on all the data center Microsoft is owning. That Microsoft is given some limit for that free account and the trainer profile. Like whenever you're creating a free account also, a few people may be coming with a question like, hey, I'm not able to create a resource in Switzerland. I'm not able to create in South Central. I'm not able to create in South Africa. So there will be some limitation will be there for your subscription. Now, region is something like a data center. So Microsoft is saying like, hey, Robin, you're looking for creating a virtual machine. Tell me in which data center this is to be created. So region is something like a data center kind of thing. You can see Azure data center if you want to see. Right now, you can see it's being global data center if you're taking, right? These all are Microsoft data centers. Now, before moving this one, I just need to share one more information, then I'll come to you. Now, whenever if the FB, the fabric controller, it's been getting a request from a VM, what my fabric controller is doing, it's sending a request to a data center, and finally this is installing or configuring inside a physical server only. Technically it's been a physical server only. So where this physical center is been hosted, because whenever you are creating a VM, Microsoft will create inside a VM with the help of a hypervisor. It's called VM. It's been created. Now, where this physical server is located, this may be located in some data centers, right? It can be in US, or it can be in South Center, or it can be Indonesia or in Bangladesh, where all Microsoft is operating data center. So this data center is generally known as region. From an administrator point or administrative view, we can call this as a data center. Now, if you're selecting Microsoft, Microsoft is having almost 50 plus data centers available in the world. Now, if you're seeing like Azure region, if you're selecting here, right now you can see 60 plus regions they have. Not really, 54 was that, now it's been changed. Now, if you want to see, yes, see, so you can able to see Microsoft. See, this is the explore, like these are the locations Microsoft is holding a data center. Right now, if you're seeing this map, Microsoft infrastructure map, right now it's been loading the is the map of Microsoft data centers. I'm just pasting this link also in chat, so you can just bookmark, and if you want to see anything, you can able to use it this in the future. I'm pasting this region details also, so it'll be useful for you. Okay, now it's been the region one. Right now it's been loading. It's been taking some time. So this infrastructure details it's been loading. Yes. So this is the map. So you can see like it is the locations. It's been Microsoft is having data center across the world. If you're taking here, you will be able to see like across the globe the presence, like it's been where the Microsoft is having a data center. So almost a 60 plus regions Microsoft having data centers. Now, if you want to see here, you can go by the product, like each regions. If you're seeing here, like if you need to go for a compute, here this option you will be getting all the regions detail. Now you can see here this is a geography and it's the regions you can see. Like in Japan itself, you have a South Africa and Japan. If you're taking Japan two places, you have a data centers. In India, I think the three locations, we central, south, and it's been South India, you have locations. So all the data center details you will be able to select it from here. See here, these are the locations. Asia, if you're taking like East Asia's, we have locations also is being like Hong Kong and Singapore. In China, we have this many locations. We have Malaysia's, we have one locations. Korea, we have these locations. Indonesia, we have something that's been coming soon. Jakarta, there is one data center that's been coming. Now, if you want to, whenever you're going for, if you're working as Azure architect, or it's been the person who is designing this Azure infrastructure, at the time of a product, or at the type of designing this one, you need to ensure the product which you're selecting. For example, like I want to select a Microsoft Azure Compute. So I need to just go to compute, and I need to select like I need a VM. So I can able to find out all this VM, like all the configurations been supported in that particular region or not. For example, like I need F series or E series configuration I need. So you can just go to this product. This is the site you can have. So for any product, because all the regions are not supported all configuration, so you need to always refer Microsoft region or this site. This will be giving a complete picture, like this information or this configuration it's been supported in that particular country or not. For example, like a networking, I need to see uh, network firewall, it's been support uh, Azure firewall. So all the region it's maybe not supporting this one, so we can just select it's been Azure firewall. Just refresh and look like this browser is got hang. For example, like I need networking, I need to know the firewall, it's been like Azure firewall, Azure firewall. Just select it. Okay. Yes, you can see Azure firewall. Azure firewall, it's been supported only on only these regions. It's been not supported in China. It's been not supported in other this one. So like this way, you'll be able to identify this details. Now, virtual machine, just looking, I need only the firewall. Now I need some details about networking, some components. I need to know VPN gateway. It's been supported in all the countries. Yes, it's been not supported in some regions. So you can see it's been not supported in the east, north. See, like this, you'll be able to see all the product details. Of you need another product like a compute, like I need to go something about, or under security, I need to go for something called Azure Sentinel. So Sentinel may not be supported in all the regions. So here, it's been China North, it's not supporting this detail. So like this way, you will be able to identify which product it's been available in which data center. So that's the way it's been the what is the this is the way it's been region it's been assigned. So generally you will have 60 plus regions it's been available, it's been the data center it's been available. Now with the help of this you will be able to identify which region is supporting which product. So at the time of installation or a configuration or a design, you need to ensure that that particular product which the customer is looking has been available on that particular region. So at the time of designing, you need to ensure that this has been available. Now, there are some place or some countries. Microsoft also don't have. We don't have the public. Don't have access that generally known as sovereign countries. That I'll be discussing in the later point. Right now, I'm just keeping this options like what is the way we are. There are way this. There are some countries we don't have access, especially like a U.S. government or some. Some countries like a Germany or a China, we don't have access to Microsoft data centers. So that generally known as sovereign regions, because that countries it's been dedicated for the particular user like a US government, like a DDoS. That's called not DDoS, it's called Defense of Department, or the Azure Microsoft US department. So there is a dedicated data center has been allotted for US government. So that can kind of a countries we don't have access. You need a separate login and URL has been available for that. That's not available for normal public users. So that generally known as sovereign region. So that we'll be discussing the later point. Now, Azure subscription, it's already we have discussed, it's called a billing purpose. Now, uh, people may be having a question like how many subscription can be map or it's been attached under one account. So you can have a n number of subscription. It's generally near if you are taking an organization, it's based on the department or based on the billing requirements, multiple subscription may be purchased. So if you want to go or upgrade or anything, that's at any point of time, you'll be able to upgrade also. Now, when you're going for a upgrading or a subscription, you'll be getting an option for what type of support you need. Based on that, you'll be able to select the subscription. So adding a new subscription or creating a new subscription, generally we are doing under uh, help and support. Generally, we are doing under subscription tab. You will be in the left side in the resource panel. You will be getting option called subscription, or in the search bar, you will be getting an option called a subscription. Here you will be getting an option for adding a new subscription. You'll be getting an option called add. So if you're selecting add, it will ask you for the payment and it will ask you for adding a new subscription. So we'll be getting like a, it's asking you, do you need a free account or you want to go for a pay as you go model? Right now, I don't, my account is not supporting the free trial, and it's asking like, do you need for a go for a student support? So in the day one, I was discussing about a student's account. So if you are from a college and if you don't have a credit card in that kind of a situation, you can go for a student's account. So that's been valid for 12 months and 30 days, you are getting $100 also. Now, right now I'm going for a pay as you go model. So you can click on this pay as you go model and sign up with your details, and it will allow you for going for pay as you go model. So it will be asking the detail, and it will ask you like what type of account you need, and the details needs to be given, and you'll be getting a catalogs here. So you need to just wait. The catalog file, maybe it's been loading. Right now it's been asking like the details, like I need, it will ask you like the verification details or the payment information, some basic information to be provided here. Then I'll be getting an option for upgrading your account to the pay as you go model. Right now we are not going for any kind of upgradation here. So right now you need to understand, so at any point of time, if you want to go for the upgradation, you'll be able to go for that. Now when it is coming inside Azure, there is a couple of core resources is being aligned. The resources being generally, it's been aligned in the case of a Microsoft as a platform as a service. You may be seeing like you have a platform as a service here, and you can see there is a platform as a service, and you have an infrastructure as a service, and you have a security and management and hybrid operation. And in the again under infrastructure as a service, this has been divided as a compute or a storage or a networking. So this is the way the Azure core services have been aligned. Now if you're going inside your Azure portal also, under all the services, you'll be seeing all this option. Like if you're selecting the create a resource, you may be able to see this all core resources been aligned in a category mode. You can see under compute, you have all the compute services been listed. Now under networking, all the infrastructure it's been under networking, you can see all the network components. So like this way, your core resources has been aligned. So you have a compute, and you have web and firewall, and you have developer and data or analytics or IoT, or you have a securities under security, or your Azure DNS, or it's been a key vault or Active Directory or MFA. All these components has been coming under security and management. So these are the core services has been available. So almost 100 plus services has been available on the Microsoft Azure, but we will not have enough time for covering all these 100 services also. And even your AZ104, it's not talking about all the 100 services. So it's been talking basically about uh, almost almost 3 4 common services only, it's been included in the Azure 104 exam. So you need to practice because it's containing almost 100 services on the Microsoft Azure. So it's been very difficult for covering. When it is coming to Azure Compute, these are the common Azure Compute resources been available. We'll try to connect one by one. You have virtual machines, and you have virtual machine scale set. So virtual machine is generally using for um, uh, using for creating the VMs. Basically, Microsoft is supporting Unix flavors and as well as the Windows also. Virtual machine scale set is like in case of a scaling, if anything is needed on a Windows or a Linux, you can go for that. And you have a Kubernetes and Service Fabric. It's been available. Service Fabric is generally using like a distributed system platform. It's been supported here. And you have a container and batch service and Azure functions here. So these are a common Azure Compute one. Possibly in the post break, we'll be discussing more into the compute one. So these are the common compute resources is been available on the Microsoft side. And when it is coming to storage side, you have a blob service and table, file, queue, and a VM. And there are basically two mode of storage is been created. One is like a standard storage, and you have a premium storage also. So basically it can be configured in a blob or a table or a file or a queue, similar like how it's been configured on a normal on premises. You may be configured like a file server and NAS server kind of things, right? Similar way, this can be configured in the Azure side also, but using a different key or a terminology. We are using something called a blob or a table, or it's a file, like it's object level, or it's been the file level access or a block level access. This is the same thing. It's been available in Azure side also. We'll be discussing this point on the later session, like storage account creation and what is the difference between blob or a table or a file. We'll be discussing the later point. Now, when it is coming to network side, there is a couple of key terms are coming. Something called a VPN or a virtual networking or a NSG. we'll be discussing the later point, like we'll be covering networking and network security also, that time we'll be covering. So right now you need to understand Microsoft is supporting almost 100 plus resources on the Microsoft Azure portal, and again, Microsoft is still keep on adding these resources. So, and this all generally known as Azure core resources. A resource is nothing, any component or any item which you are creating on the Microsoft portal, that's called a resources. So resources can be a VM or a database or any item, which any manageable items on Azure portal, that generally known as Azure resources. Now, for a management purpose, we can create a container kind of thing, that generally known as a resource group. That is for a better administration purpose. You can able to use resource group. A region is nothing. It's similar like your data center. Microsoft is holding 60 plus regions and 140 plus countries. Microsoft is having a data center, that generally known as a region. So whenever you're creating any resource on the Microsoft side, it's mandatory that you need to provide which data center your resource has been creating, and you need to mandatory that you need to provide details about the billing under which subscription the resource has been created. So with this note, I'm just breaking here. Now, before moving to this one, let's go to the first in training assessment, the first question. Now, this is the first question for you, and you can post your answer as a B, C, D. So you can just post it on the chat window. This is A, B, C, and D. Request everyone to post it on the chat window. So five people has been responded. So I request everyone to post it. So answer for this question, it's like answer is B. Few people it's been marked. The answer is 1 year. Yes, 1 year it's been 1 year we can use the account, but the question is related like when you are creating a Microsoft Azure free account, you're getting a $200 free credit. The question is like this 200 free credit, how long you can able to use it? Even though your account is valid for 1 year, but this $200 can be used only for 30 days. So answer for this question is answer B, and the answer is 30 days. 30 days only you'll be able to use. So after 30 days, you need to upgrade your account. So answer for this question is 30 days. And 1 year, there are free services you've been getting, but you are not getting that $200. Now, this is the second question for you. This is for self-evaluation. So answer for this, like it's been, I think most of members, yeah, answer is been resource group. So it's been like it's a container kind of thing, and it's been answer is C. So thank you all. The answer is been C. One person has been marked. It's been B. No. Resource is been a manageable item. The container is actually resource group. Okay. So this answer for what is the container which is used Azure to host the resources. Hosting the resources, it's been instead a container. Resource cannot be kept inside another resource. Resource can be saved inside resource group only. So answer for this question is C, resource group. Yeah, this is the answer for this one. No problem, questions. Yeah, this is a self-evaluation only. So like whatever points we are discussed, just to ensure that it's been whatever topic it's been covered, it's been your understanding, and it's been doing a self-evaluation. That's all. Now this is another question for you, and so yes, so it's getting a good response. Thank you all. Yeah, this question is related to creating a free account. It's asking like what are the mandatory details you need for creating Azure free account. So yesterday, on the day for yesterday, most of us have created a free account. We found there is a mandatory that you need to give a phone number, and you need either a MS account or a Outlook or it's been a Gmail, and you need to give a credit card or a debit card detail for a verification purpose. So answer for this question is answer C, phone number, CC, and MS account. So this is mandatory information you need to provide. Now, next question we are not covered, so we can skip this question because we are not covered about availability set and availability zone. That will be discussing in the post break. Okay. So this also it's been not. We can just skip this point. Okay. Now this is another question for you. So this question I took from my certification exam. So this is asking like my subscription is not supporting or it's not able to see a couple of regions. What may be the reasons? So answer for this question is answer A. I was saying like there are some data centers we don't have as a public or as a business we don't have access because there is a couple of data centers been dedicated to some countries like Azure government or it's been US government or Azure China. Germany we had these issues. Now this is been sorted out. Now it was kind of a red box kind of a countries where we don't have a user account or we cannot have access on that because there you need a separate account. So that generally known as a sovereign regions, and that the reason like a free account is not listing all the regions. So the reason is like because we need a separate URL and separate account for accessing this one. So the answer for this question is yeah. Now uh, with this note, I'm concluding this Azure core service. Now we'll take a 10 minutes break, and after 10 minutes break, we'll go for the VM creation, how to create a virtual machines on Microsoft Azure portal. Now after creating Azure portal, this VM on Azure portal, how to access this one? Is there any difference between the way currently you are handling your on-premises VM? So we'll take a break and we'll be back after 10 minutes. So thank you all. I'm muting the session. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope all are back. So if you're back, it's requesting you to confirm through the chat window. Yes. Okay. So got some confirmation saying that team is back. Uh, so right now we had a discussion on the cloud concept, and we understood what are the different Azure core resources being available on Microsoft. We understood there are 100 plus resources being available on Microsoft. It's including the Azure Compute or a network or a storage or a database. Now let's start with the first resource called compute. The first resource we are going to consider or we are trying to understand it's about the compute one. So compute is the one of the commonly used manageable item, or it's been the component or IT component in your day-to-day operations. So like generally you'll be dealing with the VMs or virtual machines or availability set or configuring kind of a redundancy for your VM. All these things is been generally coming under compute one. So the first core resource we are trying to understand is Azure Compute. So right now we understood the concept of a cloud. Now we know how to connect to this cloud also through like what is a subscription and what is a Azure account and the mode of management. All these things is been clear. Now we are now next stage we are trying to understand how to create a resource inside this cloud, like a VM or it's been VNet or a storage. We are trying to understand this one. Now I'm just considering a scenario. Right now we were using a on-premises data center. Now you have got a requirement like it's been like end of this session. Your management told like, hey, you got a training, Robin, you got a training on AZ104. Now the management or your CTO or the leadership is decided like for moving your existing infrastructure from your on-premises to Azure side. So for example, like you're working for a medical research or in a college, and the company is decided like, and you are the system administrator who take care of the database or web servers or the infrastructure currently it's been available in organization. Now you're facing a lot of physical or hardware issues in your existing infrastructure. One is like aging. Aging is one of the commonly common issues generally we are facing. Like most of the times, if you are aging, you will go for a technology refreshment, and you need to integrate machine learning or a big data or a data analytics analysis. So there is some application needs to be involved in a deployed in an organization, like some uh, analysis you need to do, and the existing hardware it's been not supporting. So management understood there is a cloud computing and Azure it's can able to provide all these features, and that's going to be the latest trend or it's in the technology change in the market. So uh, your management is decided to go for a moving to a cloud. So as a system administrator, you're responsible for the VM management or a web server or database. So this is the case study we are considering today. We'll see like how your on-premises VM can be moved to cloud side. So this was first scenario. Second scenario, it's like on the when we are doing the same exercise. I just thought like let's consider another scenario also. So we have a Mark is working in another organization. So they have branches in different parts of the world. It's been like they have some branches in Sudan, one branch is in Philippines, and you have one branch in India and another branch in Indonesia and Bangladesh. Now your infrastructure is being scattered around the world. Now Mark and Mohammed it's want to like it's been centralized management, because I cannot depend a resource who is located in Indonesia or it's been India. So we want this needs to be centralized management, or the policy or the all kind of actions needs to be done using a single or a centralized or a unified console. So these are the two cases we have. Your business is growing and you need to expand your data center or a region, because I'm start operating from a Africa. There is a lot of business opportunity for me. I'm starting to start some. I have some users is from Sudan, and it's been some users from South Africa. But unfortunately, I don't have any kind of a infrastructure or a data centers right now. It's been present there, but I have a 10,000 users is going to connect from Nigeria and Sudan. So right now I don't have a data center there, so I'm going to use Microsoft Azure data center, which has been located in the South Africa or the South Africa or in Nigeria. And so how to use this one, and what is the possibility of controlling the latency, and what are the key terms needs to be taken care when you are moving your on-premises to VM. So these are the two scenarios we are trying to consider today. The challenges and the migration path or the migration options we are going to consider today. So all these things is been coming under a topic called Azure Compute. So when we had a discussion on Azure Core Service before the break, we understood like we have a Microsoft is been categories. It's in a different form, like it's been networking, compute, a database, or it's been security. So the VM or all infrastructure component generally coming under compute division. So this session or this discussions like we are discussing about, we are trying to understand what is a compute and how the virtual machine is been using in an on-premises scenario, and what are the checklists to be followed, like when you're planning for implementing a Azure cloud or a VM, for example, like you're planning to install something on a Microsoft cloud. How the name can be given, like someone was asking in the morning, like what is the standard name to be given, is there any format needs to be followed, or what are the information to be given, or what are the information to be followed, or is there any checklist is been available. So these are the common questions, or it's been the common uh, is there any standard practice can be need to be followed when you're deploying on an Azure side. So we'll discuss one by one what is a compute. So this already we have seen in the uh, day before yesterday. So we understood like the cloud or deployment model or the service model is been defined based on the responsibility, like in a data center stack layer, where your user is getting an access, what your customer is doing, what my Microsoft is doing. It's based on the responsibility. This is being classified as a SaaS or a PaaS or a ISaaS or a on-premises one. Now, in the day two, we understood like the service deployment between ISaaS and PaaS and SaaS are available. Now, the VM or a virtual machines or a compute generally coming under a category called ISaaS, because when you are considering a virtual machine, you're the as a user, as a client, you are getting an access directly from either from a hypervisor or from an operating system. So this is generally coming under it's been a ISaaS category. So because when you someone is saying like I need a VM, so VM is an ISaaS product because you are connecting to your operating system, and top of the operating system you are doing all kind of a management. So ISaaS can be considered, or VM can be considered as a ISaaS product. Now in a Azure Compute, it's been containing almost a 20-25 plus products, which include the virtual machine or a virtual machine scale set or a batch or a cloud or a service fabric. Now, discussing all this point one by one, it's going to be a difficult one. So you can just go to Microsoft portal.azure.com. In the portal.azure.com, you'll have complete details, or you can just go to Azure Compute, so Microsoft document. If you're just going to Azure Compute, it will be giving a complete information about the product it's been supported here. So you can able to see all the Azure Compute product, and it's been giving a detail also. The commonly used compute deviations, if you're taking virtual machines, what are the options is been available, all the information will be available here. So you can just refer the Microsoft official curriculum document, which we have been shared on the day one. Now, we'll be touching or we'll be trying to understand one by one. So the first point today I'm discussing about the first topic or the first component or a commonly used component called virtual machine. So virtual machine is the first component we are trying to consider today. Now, Azure Compute, it's been everyone knows. It's been like so when you are using on a on premises, or it's been the it's in a cloud. Uh, all this all this infrastructure generally it's been considered under a category called a compute. So because it's been including the disk or a processor or a memory or a networking or operating system, it's all together it's called Azure Compute. So all the products it's been generally it's been using, this is coming under Azure Compute. Now the same thing has been available in the Microsoft in the AWS. If you're just comparing with the AWS, it's been like generally the virtual machine what we is calling in the VM. The concept is same, but in Azure side, in the AWS side, AWS is using another name called EZ2, and the function, the similar name is been known as a Lambda, and app service is known as a Beanstalk, or auto scaling feature in AWS. In Azure side, it's been known as a virtual machine scale set. So the concept, whether if you are using on Amazon or in a Google or Azure, concept is same. Only the name it's been used or the terminology we are using is going to be the different. So because they having some proprietary names, but the concept or the backend it's going to be the same only. So it's been on demanding computer resource. It's been anything related to infrastructure resource doesn't be considered under Azure Compute One. Now, I'm just considering a scenario in an on-premises scenario. In your office, if you want to install as a user, for example, like I'm a user, I need to use an HR application. In your office, I need to use an HR application. So typically how generally we are doing, if you're taking an on-premises or data center, first option is generally you will do a purchasing of your PO. With the help of a PO, you'll purchase a new server, or with the help of an IT team, you may be using an existing server which is available in your office. So it can be through a rent, or you may be using a option called with the help of a VMware. You may be using a creating a VMs also, right? Now in your office or in your existing infrastructure, if I need to run a application, it's the typically this is the mode currently we are following. Like on you will be purchasing a new server that you will be mounting on a rack, and you will be doing a cabling, and top of that you will install your operating system, and on top of that if you have a VM is there, you will create that VM, and top of that your application will be installed. So this asset or this a physical server, it's been generally it's been asset, it's been a capex cost is involved. So this is the way generally the corporate data centers was deploying. Now we had a when we had a discussion on a on-premises or co-location, we understood the challenges generally we are facing. For example, like in your office in the previous days, like if you have a 100 application to be hosted, people were using 100 servers used to purchase. You need to find out the space for that, you need to find out the facility, and you need to find out the cooling or the power or a backup mechanism, and you need a dedicated skilled administrator also, sir. So this is the typically the way it was been running. Now after that we came for a concept called a virtual machine. So we'll be using a concept called hypervisor. So because number of the servers can be hosted in the facility was there was some limitation. That's the reason we tried for using a concept called a virtualization. And in the day when we had a discussion like a hyper one sir one and hypervisor two virtualization software module. So with the help of that, we were slicing the hardware with the help of in a virtually with the help of a software called hypervisor. Now, when it is coming to a cloud side, how this has been generally it's been done. It's been the Azure virtual side also. It's been the same concept only using. In the Azure side also, it's been using with the help of a server virtualization only. So when the moment you give the create a virtual machine with the help of a fabric controller orchestrator, it will be connecting to a dedicated or the shared physical server, and there will have a hypervisor. With the help of that, you are creating a virtual and the creating the compute, or the we are creating the system. Now the virtual machine, the machines which you are using in a Azure side, generally known as a virtual machine, because with the help of a fabric or with the help of an orchestrator, virtually you are slicing the hardware which is been hosted on the Microsoft side. You're not physically with the help of a knife, you're not slicing anything on the Microsoft side. It's like that Shambhu is requesting for a VM, so Microsoft engineers will go to data center and will break the server into two pieces. No, with the help of a hypervisor, virtually is being divided into VM1 or a VM2 or a test one, right? So this generally the m- computer or the machine which we generally it's been creating that generally known as a VM. This is the short form generally we are using. So VM is stands for a virtual machine. Virtual machine is something like with the help of a hypervisor software, with the help of a Azure algorithm, or with the help of Azure, you are slicing the hardware and creating a machine virtually. Now, when it is coming to a Azure side, if you're creating a VM, the moment you are creating a VM to be created on the Microsoft Azure portal. So it's be creating the VM which based on the which region or which data center you are selecting. So in typically it will be creating inside a physical server. Now it's been created, the physical server, the VM will be created. Now, the advantage which you are going to get inside the Azure virtual machine, it's like the underlying hardware, like whatever hardware you're using. It can be HP, or it can be IBM, or it can be Dell Power Edge server, or it can be a Cisco UCS. The hardware or the underlying hardware which you're using, it's been not managed by you. This is generally managed by the Microsoft Cloud, or the Microsoft Azure, or Microsoft Cloud provider only. So the management, or the patch management, or it's been the technology refreshment of the server, the connectivity to that, or if there is any physical issue, whether it's been a RAID, it's been down, or disk issues, or it's been a backup issue, or X kind of all this kind of hardware related activities is been managed and organized, or it's been handled by the Microsoft itself. So this has been like the VM which you are creating, the moment we are creating Azure virtual machine. This is with the help of a it's a SaaS product with the help of a hypervisor. It's been creating on the Microsoft one. Now, this is the way we have done, or we have configured virtual machines on a normal on-premises one. So you have a physical server, and with the help of a hypervisor, we used to create a VMs inside this one. The difference is like this was hosted in the on-premises data center, right? The physical server was hosted in your on-premises data center, and on-premises center, you are responsible for creating this one, and you are doing that also. So now when it is coming to a cloud, the physical server it's been moved to cloud. You will not have any kind of a physical servers in your on-premises data center. Instead of that, the physical server is been moved to cloud. So it's been hosted by the Microsoft Cloud, and you'll be responsible for that. So this is all it's been considered under infrastructure as a service one. So it's called infrastructure as a service, and it's been hosted on the Microsoft Cloud. Now, typically this is going to be the diagram, or this is the it's a top view of the VM, right? It's been like when you're moving from uh, your on premises from your the VM from your on premises to a cloud. Your structure is going to be something like, so we'll have a VM which will be hosted in the Microsoft side. I'm just giving about a single virtual machines here. So when the moment you moved your computer into a Microsoft cloud, you will have a dedicated VM will be available. And where this is available, this is available in the cloud data center. So this data center will be it's like where you're configured, like which region, which data center you have mentioned. So in that country this is be mentioned. So it can be in US, or it can be South Africa, or it can be in India, or it can be Bangladesh. It's based on the region you are selected at the time of a creation. Now the moment you created the VM on a Microsoft Azure side, you maybe you are giving a details like, I need a VM of 20 20 server Windows Server 2019, and I need a 2 GB RAM, or I need a hard disk of 10 GB. So the moment you are giving this details, and when you are creating this one, there are a couple of additional resources also it's been created by default. The first resource is like, you will have a couple of disk will be created, because you need, because if I need to use a virtual machines on a any if I need to use any computer, or if it whether it's on a your on premises, whether it's even on a cloud, or if it is on a VMware, if I need to use a computer, the first thing I need, it's been like the virtual machine needed an OS disk, right? Without operating system, you will not be able to take a RDP, or you will not be able to do further management, right? So whenever you're creating a operating, whenever you're creating a VM or virtual machine on Azure cloud, this is going to be the similar like the way you're operating on your on premises or in a virtual um, scenarios, like the VM or the computer will have a dedicated OS disk, and you will have some temporary hard disk also, and it's based on the customer requirement. You have a provision for the flexibility of adding additional data disk also. So you need to remember, when we are creating a VM on Azure side, similar like your on premises only, you will have a OS disk will be available by default. Now, what is the size of that, and what is the drive electricity being used? Is there any possibility to expand, or it's been string? All these points we will be discussing the later point. Right now, end of this session, or end of this slide, you should understand, whenever you're creating any VM on the Azure cloud, there is a OS disk is by default, it's been attached to that VM. I hope this has been clear. Now, second thing, now once the VM is been created, similar like you may be creating a more than one VMs on a Azure side, right? So you will have another VM, another user is creating another VM, for example, like a VM2, and Rubin is created another VM called a VM3. Now, if I need to I need to use, if I need to use this one, it's been like, give me a second. Just give me a second. Okay, sorry. So the moment you have selected the option, or when you have created multiple VM on Azure side, the second activity, it's like all these VM needs to be communicated each other, right? So for example, like you created one server for SQL and another server for a database. Now, the purpose of creating all this VM or the resources on the Azure or on-premise, it's like it's for the communication. So, right, if I need to someone want to use this one, there should be any details to be available on the Microsoft side. So for doing this one, when we are creating any VM on the Microsoft side or the Microsoft portal, there will be two IP addresses by default. It's been created for the VM. One is called a public IP address, and second one is called private IP address. So what is the difference between public and private IP address that already you're familiar? So public IP address, generally we are using, it's been a routable IP address which can be used in the internet, that is called a public IP address. So this will be using for, like if you want to do any kind of inbound or outbound connection to external network, then you can able to use a public IP address. Now using a private IP address, you will be able to communicate within a network, that means called within a VNet in a cloud scenario. Generally we are using the term called VNet. So within a network, within your inside your organization. Just take an example, like in your organization or in your office, you may be using some private IP address, right? If you're typing IP config in your laptop, you may be getting IP address like 192.168.0. Or a 10. There are some IP address which is non-routable into internet. That the IP address generally we are using inside your office, right? The moment you connect your plug your cable, you'll be getting some IP address from a DHCP server, and some IP address you may be getting from your DHCP server with the help of that you may be connecting internally. Now, I'm saying whenever you're creating Azure VM, by default there is a disk is attached. Second, it's like by default there is a public and private IP address is been attached. Now I'm getting a question where this IP address has been attached. It's been attached to your network interface card, because how generally the IP address generally we are assigning to your laptop or your desktop or in a server in on premises, generally will be assigning to your network interface card, right? So if you're taking a laptop, when you go to the TCP/IP properties, you're assigning IP address to your network card only, because network card only it's been deciding the inbound and outbound traffic management is doing. Similar way it's been in your Azure side also. So all the VMs which you have created on the Microsoft side, there will be a VNIC is being created, virtual network. That's called VNIC. So by default, there is a VNIC, it's called a virtual network interface card. This is similar like it's been your the way the physical network card it's been working on your system. The same way the VNIC also it's been configured. So there is a VNIC card also it's been assigned. Now this VM will be part of a resource group. It will be part of a resource group also. So whenever you're creating a VM on a Microsoft side, all the VM will be has to be part of a resource group. That's a mandatory one. So this resource we should be part of a resource group. So it'll be part of a resource group also. So at the time of a VM creation, you need to mention this one. So what is the advantage or the benefit you are getting whenever you're creating a VM? The physical server it's been managing, or is the VM it's been residing, it's not been managed by you. This has been managed by the Microsoft. It's been managed by the Microsoft. But Microsoft is giving an flexibility to the customers also, in case if they are thinking like the hypervisor or is the bare metal model, if you want, they can go for that SLA or the contract. With the help of that, if they want to go for a bare metal ISIS option, that also has been available. And the advantage which you are getting, it's like you're not responsible for buying a hardware. The moment you are giving a request to Microsoft, the FC and the Microsoft will decide which physical server to be used. It's not that you need to send a request to Microsoft saying that, hey, I need IBM's hardware or I need a Cisco hardware. So that will be taken care by Microsoft. So you don't need to buy the physical server. And you are going to pay only the running cost. So the moment when you are creating a VM, we understood there is a couple of resources being created on the system, right? You have a disk is being created, and you have a public IP disk is being created, and you have um, NAC or the network interface card and the resource group and logs files, everything's been created. Now, when you're running a VM, by default, there is a two cost it's been included. One is called a compute cost, and second one is a storage cost. So if someone it's Microsoft is calculating the VM, there will be two costs by default. It's incurring. One is called a compute cost, and another one is a storage cost. So this compute cost can be the cost for your operating system, the cost for your memory, cost for your CPU, cost for your networking. All these components been generally coming under compute cost. And storage cost is generally like the moment you create a VM, there is some storage space is been allotted from the storage box, right? Because if I need to use a VM on a Microsoft side, I need a OS disk, I need a data tray, or mm, I need a additional disk also. So that's for that you need a additional hard disk. So that's been generally provision from a storage device. Now, when you're using this one, for example, like I'm taking a two scenario. One is like the VM is a running situation. Now, if you're taking any VM, we understood like there are different components. It's been by default, it's been included. Now, let's take a two scenarios, like three scenario. One is like the VM is been running condition. Second, the VM is been a shutdown condition. Third scenario, it's been a deleted condition or decommission state. Now, if the VM is been on a running condition, like my VM or the operating system, it's been running on the Microsoft Azure, there will be two costs is been by default, it's been assigned. We need to pay for two costs. One is a storage cost. Second one is been my compute cost. So if my VM is been running on this Azure side, there will be two costs we need to pay. One is storage cost and another one is a compute cost. So it's all together you'll be getting a cost for your VM also. So the total cost for your VM, which include both like a storage plus compute cost. Now, Christian is working in a development team. Now Christian is been working the 9 to 6. 9 to 6 hours, it's 9 morning, 9 to evening 6 o'clock is working. Now 6 o'clock, Christian is deciding like, hey, after 6 o'clock, I'm not using this VM. Let's shut down this PC. And normally the way we are doing, like you're shutting down your laptop, you're shutting down your server. Now the moment you shutting down your server, we understood there was a two cost was involved, storage cost and compute cost. If the server is in a shutdown state, there will not be any compute cost. There will not be any cost for your compute because the compute it's been shut down state. So there will not be any charge Microsoft is being charging by the Microsoft because the system, the moment you given shutdown, it's been off or a stop state, there will not be any charge for your compute, but there will be some charge for your storage because storage is still it's been on a running condition because it's been the read and write, it's been or the storage has been provisioned on, it's been provisioned from the storage device. So there will be a cost for your storage. So many times I have heard from in or generally this is the concern generally we are getting from a team, Like I have created a storage or I have created a VM, but I was not using the VM on the last 1 week. I was studying. I was on. I kept my server is on a shutdown or a stop state, but my VM is been charging. So the reason is like, yes, I'm agreeing your VM is in a shutdown state, but there is an cost is incurred or it's occurred for your storage, because the storage, the LAN it's been provisioned for your storage. That the reason it's been there will be charge. So, and if it is deleted, there will not be any charge for your both. It's been a computer storage. So I'm saying, when right now you people have created a free account and you got a limit of a $200. Now, whenever you're doing a lab on a Microsoft, if you're not using a resource or once your lab is over, make sure that you are deleting the resource. Now, when you started moving to a cloud, people have a tendencies like to create a multiple VMs or it's been multiple resources on the server. If you're not utilizing in a proper way, your $200 will be it's been changed into zero, and you will not be able to do further lab. So in case if you're practicing anything, it's like after you practice, make sure that you are deleting your resource. That is the best practice. Otherwise, you'll not be able to do all the labs. Now, I'm coming to this VM side. Now, the moment when you're using the VM on the Microsoft side, you're not paying or you're not buying any physical server, but you are paying only for the running cost. So there will be an OPEX cost is involved for your PM. So OPEX cost is generally calculated, or this has been calculated based on two costs. One is a storage cost and another one is a compute cost. So how the storage cost and compute cost is been calculated? If it is a running cost, running time, there will be two costs is been involved. And in another situation, you'll have only storage cost. So that's an important point you need to remember. Now, another point you need to remember, it's like right now you are deployed or you have provisioned a couple of VMs on the Microsoft Azure. Now, at any point of time, now my lab is over, my project is over, my testing is over. At any point of time, if you want, you can terminate or you can decommission also. You have been seen in the day one and day two, like we tried for creating a VM. So we were discussing about an option called rapid elasticity and scalability and on-demand service, right? The features. So if you want to terminate, you can terminate any point of time, but make sure that whenever you're terminating this one, you have a proper backup and ensure that the VM you are deleting, it's been not required or this not been used by any customers. Because once you are deleted, whatever data or whatever information is available on that VM, that also has been cleaned. Now, in a Azure VM side, you will be able to create both the operating system. Few people may be thinking, hey, this is a product from a Microsoft. Is it supporting only Microsoft operating system? No, you will be able to create both the operating system. Like you'll be able to go for a Unix flavors and you will be able to create a, Microsoft flavors also. Now, if you want to get what are the operating system it's been supported on the VM side, you can just go to the marketplace. So yesterday we have learned about a term or it's been option called marketplace, right? So in a marketplace, you have option like to find out what are the operating system it's been currently it's been supported. So you can just go to marketplace, and the marketplace you will be able to find out this one. Right now it's asking the username and password. Let me give you that because I just rebooted my PC and it's been since I'm using a private browser mode, the password or whatever information it's been given it's been cleaned. So yesterday we discussed like the we need to go for a private browser mode or it's incognito mode whenever you're using Azure. That is a recommended one. So let me give you the password. Just give me a second. So I'm just typing the OTP. I'm not getting the code. Just let me resend it. OTP code is not be generating. Just give me a second. Yes, it's been taken. Okay. Now I was discussing about the operating system it's been supported on Microsoft side. Now, if you want to get what are the operating system it's been supported, you can just go to marketplace. So just go to marketplace, like it's been supermarket, it's been available here, right? So you can go to marketplace and it's been just go to compute and you can just key. These are the these are the operating system it's been currently it's been available. So you can able to see these are the operating system it's supported. So it's been supported Linux flavors, Unix flavors, and it's been supported all the Microsoft flavors also. So you will be able to you'll be able to create or you'll be able to video. It's been I hope Shambhu it's been Shambhu. I hope you can see the screen. Right now we are inside a Microsoft portal. I request everyone to just confirm because in my secondary monitor I'm able to see the screen. Yeah, good. So so the question is like, what are the operating system or what are the flavors it's been supported on the Microsoft? So Microsoft is supporting the Windows flavors and it's been supporting the Unix flavors also. So based on the customer, you'll be able to create it. Like if I need to go for Ubuntu, you can just go to Ubuntu and you can just create it and you'll be able to create. So you can just go back to this one. It's like it's been like Microsoft Azure side, the benefit which you are getting on the Azure side, it's like it's not that only it's supporting a Microsoft. No, it's been supporting the Linux based operating system also. So these are the commonly advantage we are getting. Now, people may be getting a question like, in which situation I'll go for a virtual machine? This something like it's like or because we have a pass and you have a application when you had when we had a discussion on a service model. So we have learned about two more concept called pass and SaaS also. This is like a Google Drive or it's been WebEx or it's been Teammate and all these components we learned. Like so, the moment the user like why we are going for a ISaaS product, like we have a PaaS, ISaaS, and ISaaS also is there. So infrastructure as a service. So what is the reason I'm going for a ISaaS product? Because if the user is thinking like I need to get a complete control or it's on my operating system, because if I'm using a PaaS, I don't have any control on my operating system because I'm a user, I'm doing only the coding or a packaging, right? So if I need to have a control on total control on my system, then I can go for a Azure VM. Or I need to have some kind of a dedicated software to be installed on my system, or I need to have some kind of a custom configuration. Then that kind of a situation I can go for uh, virtual machine. Or it's like I have some business scenarios like I have some development or it's been like I have some development team. They need some VM or some computer for a development purpose that will be deleted or decommissioned. It's been after the projects. That and all generally we are doing with the help of a ISaaS business. It's in that kind of a situation generally we are preferring for that kind of a situation generally we are going for um, VM. Or you have a DR or it's been big data analysis we need, or if you are looking for a high performance computing, that kind of a situation you can go for a VM. So these are the common scenarios generally we are using, like a testing and development. And if you want to run to application hosting or a DR kind of a situation, you can go for this one. Now, lift and shift is the common terminology. Like we have a business, like in the morning we were discussing about a scenario like your business is looking for a moving from your on premises to Azure side. The concept of moving or it's been migrating from your existing on-premises data center to Microsoft or a Azure side. Generally, this is known as a lift and shift. This is the general term generally we are using. You maybe heard about this term when you are in office or when you are interacting with your colleagues, or it's when you are reading about Microsoft Cloud and cloud documents. So lift and shift, or some documents you can see this is mentioned as a rehosting. So rehosting or a lift and shift is nothing. You're moving whatever workload or whatever infrastructure currently you have in your on premises, that you are migrating to clouds infrastructure. So this is a term generally we are using, like with here we are not using any kind of a this kind of a vehicles, but instead of that, with the help of some kind of a term kind of a services, we are migrating this to from your on premises to cloud side. So this is the term generally we are using, lift and shift. So you need to understand that the existing infrastructure it's been available on premises, that is been migrating to Azure side. So this is a term generally we are using. So some book you can able to see this is being mentioned as a rehosting or a lift and shift. This is a term generally we are using. So whatever exact copy or whatever data it's been available on the client or in on premises, that is been migrating or it's been moving to a cloud side. Now, how to do this rehosting, or what are the points or what are the checklists to be used? That we'll be discussing. Nothing to worry. So, so when you are going for a deploying a virtual machine, now this is the typical or the top view for you can see it's been like it's been a deploying a virtual machine. So this has been like this is the way it's been configuring. So this is the way it's been that it's for the single VM. So similar way you have, if you have multiple VM, you will have this many number of additional resources also it's been created. So it's been deploying a virtual machine. Now when you're going for a migrating a uh, or it's when you are doing a lift and shift, uh, there are a couple of method or a couple of more generally people will be using. So the recommended practice is like, instead of moving all the resources in a single shot, make sure that you are doing in a batch ways. Because the reason it's like, if you are just, for example, like in your infrastructure you have 1,000 VM. Now if you're migrating all the 1,000 VM to in a single shot to a cloud, there will be a chance of some failures or some kind of issues, or some legacy application maybe not supporting, some resource maybe not communicating each other also, that there's a chance of outages. So best, I request everyone to mute your mic so that we could for rest of the folks also. So request everyone to do that. Now, if you're doing for a large scale of a migration, we are recommending you to go for a small sized migration. So instead of moving all the 1,000 or a 10,000 VM or infrastructure directly to Microsoft or it's any of the cloud vendors, do it in a batch wise. Now, before doing any kind of a migration, whether it's been a VM or whether it's been a VNet or any kind of infrastructure, you should have a plan. You should know what is the uh, how or when and where and what is the configuration or what is the infrastructure you migrating. You need to have a complete checklist, because you are moving a production infrastructure. It's not that you are doing a stress testing or it's been a lab infrastructure into cloud. No, when you work in your office or when you are working as a lead infrastructure engineer or a cloud administrator or a system administrator, the resource which you are moving from your infrastructure to a cloud, this is being from the production you are moving. If there is any single mistake, that can impact your business, because that may end up with the outages also. So you need to make sure that if there is any migration or if there is any kind of a lift and shift, if you are doing, there should have a proper plan. There have a proper plan is been made by you, and based on that only you can go for a migration. So generally, this is the checklist I was following. Like whenever I'm going for any kind of a migration, you should have a complete infrastructure about the networking. Like if I'm migrating to a VM to a cloud side, what is the IP address to be used, or how many VNet is needed? Is there any firewall is needed, or is there what is the subnet to be used, or how the traffic management to be done? Now I need to have a some meaningful VM name also, because if I'm moving my virtual machine into a cloud, I cannot use the virtual machine name. It's like it's been a Shambhu mission, or it's been a Christian mission, or it's been a Robin mission, or it's been a Retrum mission, right? I should have a standard name or naming to be used on the cloud. because if someone is seeing this name, I'll be able to identify what is the application it's been using on that and which data center this has been using. Because when you are moving to a cloud, you may be using 1,000 or a 10,000 or a 2,000 or more than that resources on the side. Now the moment if I'm seeing that, for example, like if I'm seeing a VMs right now, you can see a VM here. We installed a couple of VMs here, right? Now if I'm seeing a resource, the moment if I'm seeing this resource right now, it's been used a test machine. Now if I have a 100 employees in my organization, or for example, like I have a 10 cloud administrators in my office. Now all the 10 administrators been using like a test machine 1, 2, 3. I'll be getting confused. Who is using this test machine and what is the application it's been using and what is the purpose of this? Who is doing this billing and who is paying this cost? Because there's a cost is involved, right? So if you're using any resources on the Microsoft side, you need to make sure that any resource which you're hosting on the Microsoft side, you're giving a meaningful name. Whether this is for a VNet or this is for a VM or it's been a storage account or a public IP address or firewall, always make sure that you're giving a meaningful or a standard name for your organization rather than just simply creating the resources on the Microsoft side. And it's been there is a location also, it's been important because which data center this is been using, because the resource which you are hosting on a US data center and the resource which you are hosting in a South Africa or Indonesia or India or a Bangladesh, there will be a difference for the cost also, because the amount you're paying for the resource which is hosting US, it's been totally different from the resource which you're hosting in India, because there is a lot of support cost also it's been involved. So this cost is going to be different from the location to location. It's been region to region. So when the moment you're deciding, it's like I need to go and install this VM on a so and so data center, you need to do a cost analysis also. It's not that hey, Robin is interested, like I just thinking like I want to plan to see, I want to plan for I like Switzerland, so let me go and install my VM on a Switzerland. That's not the way we need to work, because you need to decide like it's been the cost also. It's not that I'm interested to host some VM on some X country. No, you need as a system administrator or an architect, you need to do a proper analysis of a cost also. This is not the for a single VM, because you're a cloud administrator, you are responsible for installing more than 1,000 VMs in your organization. Just think like in your Switzerland location, the cost you are paying for a one VM, it's like it's $10,000. Now you have another location in South Africa, the cost of the VM is only $4,000. Now just think about a thousand VMs you are going to host in Switzerland and South Africa. Just simply calculate the cost. There will be a huge difference, right? So similarly, you need to identify which location you need to be the VM to be present and what is the cost to be it's been occurring for this. And you need to identify the users also. I request Fatima, you can just help me on the muting the rest of the members. That'll be good. Yeah. Now the location also it's been important factor. For example, like I have a users is been connecting from a Middle East, then there is no point of configuring my server it's in on a London or a UK or it's in other country, because there is a chance of a latency. So because based on the from which region or from which geography my users is been connecting, based on that I need to decide the location. So all these factors you need to consider when you're going for any lift and shift or any kind of a migration. And we need to decide what is the size of my VM. What is the size I need to be given for my operating system? Is it 100 GB or it's been 200 GB or it's been 150 GB? And what is the RAM capacity? What is the disk capacity? How many hard disk I need? How many data drive is needed? And you need to consider it's been like what is the operating system will be used. So this is the normal or this is a common checklist I was following, like it's been like for going for any kind of a VM creation or going for any kind of a migration. So at least you should have this kind of a list available with you, rather than just simply going and installing a VM on a Azure portal. Make sure that you are available with all these details. One option is like if the first time if you're doing, make it a new checklist, or if you're doing for a lift and shift, understand what is the existing infrastructure is been available in organization. Based on that, you can go for this. Now let's start with the first option called networking. Now, when you're going for it's been any kind of a migration, the communication is the one of the uh, but the first factor or the first item needs to be considered. So when you're going for any kind of a migration, you need to make sure that the VNet or the virtual network or it's been the network components, it's been managed. So you should have a proper plan like how many networks you need. So generally, the network which you are creating on Azure, generally known as a VNet. It's called a virtually you are creating a network. So it's called a VNet, and you know what you should know what is the IP address to be used. Is it a class A or a class B? And is there any public IP address is needed for your network? Or is there any firewall is needed? Is there any internal firewall is needed? And how many IP